see the pair that got hauled into Tyre?
Aye, all their fancy silk stained red.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Otto.
The realm? As long as you look past the fat storms out mother crystals and her skies are a roiling cesspit. He's with your uncle in the Free Cities. Sent an owl their way the moment the winds turn foul.
Do you have any good news?
Well, that depends on your definition of good.
All right, fine. What do you suggest we do?
Oh, no, I'm just a messenger. Could be that Lady Vivian and Old Tomes have their own thoughts on the current status. Could be that they don't.
I suppose not.
There's talk of these skies driving men mad. Most of the hideaways on edge.
What is our job?
How is it that every one of your little excursions presages some inexplicable catastrophe? Not that you are to blame for the Dominion's fate.
I'm sorry I couldn't save your home.
My countrymen are stronger than you think.
I hope so.
Look at us. Tempting though it may be, sulking will not help us find a solution to this.
You believe there's one to be found?
I don't know.
Beneath these darkened skies, fear and confusion reign over Valisthea. Oh, the lands around the fallen mother crystals had already begun to wilt for want of ether. But not like this. Crystals that filled wells and fueled furnaces, now nothing but pretty shards of rock. And those that hang from the people's necks cast nary a glimmer of light to keep the dark at bay. It is only a matter of time before the common folk convince themselves that the end of days is upon us. Yet I fear a swift end is more than we can hope for. While most of the world thirsts for ether, the remainder drowns in it, spawning Akashic in droves. And amidst the hordes of mindless beasts, with magics as like to fail as function, even the strongest nation would falter. Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom teeter on the brink of collapse, while the tragedy in Twinside has all but paralyzed the Holy Empire. Dalmekia fares little better. Rumor has it the ministers fled the capital after the fall of Drake's Fang, leaving their beloved republic to crumble. Waloed, meanwhile, moves in earnest. The Einherjar has been sighted off-storm. The world, in short, is in chaos. It would seem our civilization was nothing but a castle of sand, to be washed away at the whim of the waves.
A castle of sand.
Not my best flourish, but it seemed fitting. The reports I've received are considerably more blunt in their appraisal. Without the protection of their nations, it will fall to the people to defend themselves against those who would take what is theirs.
Which is only ever going to end one way.
Defending a farmhouse against a band of chocobo thieves is one thing, but pitchforks and palisades will do little to stall an army's advance. Should the King of Waloed deign to invade, there would be none to stop him.
None but us.
storm coming soon? Will there be thunder?
Let me guess. You're here about the skies.
Is there anything you don't know, Lawsman?
Doesn't that, I believe, is a question the Fallen might be. And on the 6th day, did the gods tear the sun from the firmament, visiting darkness upon their prideful sons and daughters. But I dare say you remember your childhood lessons on the sins of Zemeckis only.
You think they're connected? That Ultima was one of the gods responsible?
Well,
there is nothing divine about him.
But he wouldn't be the first god of whom that could be said now. Yet for all the fairy tales that tell of the sins, there is almost nothing in the way of actual historical account. Had I the Journal of Moss the Chronicler, and you will forgive me, I hope...
Certainly not. Even without this journal, you've provided us ample wisdom. Perhaps Otto will be more inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
Seems the Hideaway has lost its appetite.
Clive,
Only one?
it would. We had as many owls arrive while you were at the shelves. Martha's got a caching out her gates and talk of monsters roaming the...
And don't forget Dalimil.
When it rained?
It fucking pours. And even if I could get word to all of them, I doubt which means...
Jill and I...
Let them know we're on our way.
This man's gonna die if we don't get him to a healer.
But all our beds are taken.
Martha.
And you,
Otto said you'd been attacked by a Kashik.
those skies are what happened. There were hundreds of them. The rest are still down there now.
That we join the fight.
I thought you'd never offer. Now, where I need you is to let the men know you've come to help.
We're on our way.
Do you think there were as many as Martha says?
More.
You don't think they've abandoned us, do you?
Them not. Not a chance.
Clive, wounded.
We deal with the Akashic.
These men don't have the look of hired swords.
If you've come to rob this place,
You are mistaken, my Lord Rosfield. We're here by Madame Martha's leave.
how do you know my name?
Forgive me, my lord.
Wade's men? Where is your commander?
Sir Wade left earlier with a scouting party to find...
Did he? Take your wounded back to the... Martha will see you're looked after.
And
When did Wade and his men...
not long after Rosalith fell, they were making ready to leave just as the skies turned.
The scouting party's almost at the lift, but they got a pack of Akashic snapping her, and they got wounded with them.
Damn it all.
We'll worry about them.
You look after everyone here.
I will. You...
My brothers.
Mad dogs. A lot of them.
What about... I didn't ask, sir.
Sir Wade!
Lord Rosfield. If you aren't a sight for sore eyes.
Martha seemed to think you might need some help, and by the looks of it...
We thought we could sneak by them, but we didn't know there would be so many.
Behind you!
Damn it!
Do you think we can...
We can certainly... Are you with us?
Always.
Then let's do...
Over here!
Farewell!
Is anyone hurt?
I don't think...
And yet again, you've pulled me from the flames.
I see you're all in one piece.
Martha!
Is something wrong?
The lookout saw smoke coming from down East Pool way.
A second horde.
Feel like finishing the job.
Always.
Jill, you'll need to move the injured without...
Don't you worry about that.
The moment my men are safe, I'll follow.
Just patch me up as quick as you can and get me back out there.
They're headed for the rest.
We'll have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
Something's coming.
Apologies, my lord. Did I miss anything?
Only the first round, so wait. Shall we?
Over here!
Do you see any more?
No.
But it won't be long before the next lot arrive.
Then we make for Martha's while we can.
What did you find out there?
The same as Sir Wade.
Well, wherever they came from, they're gone now. Hopefully we'll have enough time to lick our wound.
How many of your men were injured?
A damn sight less than if you hadn't turned up.
It was a hard-fought victory. It's not a matter of if the Horde will be back, but when. The inn here affords a good view of the land.
What do you say, Martha?
Well, when you put it like that...
My lord. Oscar? It is an... I am Oscar.
Murdoch.
Oh, he didn't. But his brother, my father, did. Well, go on, then. Yes, so... If it please you, my lord Marquis, might you take me as your squire? I would learn the duties of a shield from the finest.
But I am a shield no longer, and spending time in the company of an outlaw hardly seems a fitting education for one.
My Aunt Hannah once told me that a man is not defined by his title. You have accomplished much since taking on the mantle of Cid, and I would sooner serve under an honorable outlaw. Not that Sir Wade and the other guy... It's all right. We know. There is only so much the boy can learn from me, my lord.
But a squire?
Would that really be... You were a squire once?
I would not have it any other way.
First we find Isabel.
Heard a bloke saying he saw ghosts on the far side of the wall.
Ghosts? Then a wall won't stop them.
I saw it with my own eyes. The whole of Oriflamme under a flood.
Then we're next.
I can't do it.
But you can.
We received the dame's message. There have been sightings of strange creatures.
With the blue eyes. They've taken so many.
Akashic, but different.
And what of your mistress? Is she...
Oh, no. She went to the garrison to ask what they were planning on doing.
Then we'll look for her there.
Four left for more on the captain's orders.
Madame, please!
Half the garrison's been slaughtered by those things.
We've tried requesting reinforcements, but what more would you have?
I would have you do your duty, and protect them I shall. In case you have forgotten, the people are more than that. They are your sisters, your brothers, so you have a choice. Lay down your sword and watch as they are slaughtered, or take it up and do what is right.
She speaks the truth, you know, this here. It's the way...
What we have left is our lives.
Not if we don't have to.
Ah, Clive.
It was a noble effort, but I thought you might still...
How like you to... What we need to consider... The way the survivors speak of them, one would think they appeared out of thin air. And perhaps they did.
That thing...
Did you see the creatures that had...
Creatures? They came out of nowhere.
Do you remember where you were?
On the road from Oriflamme.
It's all right.
Don't leave me, Pa.
You're a a pikeman, yes?
I've got family and more. And a pack of them glowing things.
Leave that to us.
At least we have an idea of where the thralls might be now. We should head for more.
I'm sorry, darling. I truly am.
I assume you have a plan?
It was all they could do to escape. They just left the bodies there in the flood.
Ready, go?
Look!
I see them. With me!
Save your strength. Over here.
Do you think there are more?
There are always more. But I'd say we've done what we can for the time being.
You have the town's thanks.
Don't thank us yet. There will be more. Many more. And you'll need to be ready for them.
Oh, we shall. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yes, milady. The garrison will be ready.
Philippe here has convinced most of the men to remain at their posts. For now, at least.
Hearing that the Dane would look kindly on any man who committed himself to the task certainly didn't hurt. It's not the most selfless of motives, I'll admit. But whatever it takes, eh? Now me, I never needed convincing. I became a soldier to protect the people I love. And the people I love include the ones standing before me. Now,
lest you wonder, I'm not foolish enough to believe that this has solved all of my problems. But it has solved one, and that's one fewer than I had this morning.
Sid! Oh, your new companion appears much more formidable than your uncle. Should I be
Jill.
All lies, I'm sure.
Your Stolas said that Dalimil has a bandit problem.
Indeed. Although, you're a little late.
Any idea where they went?
The desert's a big place. But the fact is, I have more immediate concern.
What did you say to me? What?
Ah, as if by... Let's just say we've yet to reach a consensus about, at this rate, it won't be the actions of the bandits which prove to be our undoing. You know, I've tried reasoning with the dissenting parties, but even the Desert Hare has limits.
Perhaps we could talk to them.
What makes you think they'll listen to her?
What makes you think they won't?
She makes a fair point, Sid.
Suppose we just follow the shouting.
You wouldn't talk like that if we hire mercenaries and have them mount the bandits' heads on our walls as a...
And what happens when those mercenaries are slaughtered like your men? We're better off using that coin to buy food and supplies if we... And you cannot fill empty bellies with that.
But what happens when they come back?
That's enough. Both of you, any more of this and I'll throw you. Come back when you're ready to talk like...
Victor. What's he doing here?
Sid.
And I was about to ask you the same thing.
Costness is in chaos. The Briar's Kiss here in Dalimil is the only... I was here to do just that when Master Lubor told me of his troubles.
Who are those people?
Those were the thorns in Lubor's side. These are cursed skies. Or an entire city, for that.
We're still working on the skies. Perhaps we can find a solution to Dalimil's problem.
I hope so.
So, you see my predicament?
What I saw was a room full of people who were angry and afraid. And with good reason by the sound of it. But if left to smolder, that anger and fear could set the entire town alight.
My thoughts exactly. Both sides wish to protect their homes and lives.
And if there's one thing bandits like, it's an easy target.
What? Well, he'd let them choose for themselves.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
A recipe for disaster is precisely what it is. But perhaps that realization would be enough to make them question the ingredients. While it's plain neither Conrad nor Natalie will countenance the other's proposal, it may still be possible to make... before presenting them with a third option.
And that would be?
To pool our resources and save the city ourselves. Why fight each other?
When all that fear and anger can be directed at the bandits.
It appears we have a plan of action. Victor, pay Conrad a visit. See if...
As you wish.
Your faces are not well known in this town. That may prove useful. Don't worry, Victor and I will do most of the talking. You need only play along.
Play along?
What he means to say.
Picture it, Conrad. Here she is. Conrad. May I introduce you to Jane, commander of the Red Wings?
A pleasure, my lady.
The pleasure is all mine.
As I told you, I summoned the commander here from Canver to inquire about a contract.
Victor says you told him no, that there aren't any men left to hire. Is that
True as the crystals cracked. Nobles came and claimed every last one worth his salt. You know of the 7 high houses. Granted, we have a few boys left.
Well, Conrad, are you saying that Dalimil's finest cannot defend this town better than a gaggle of unblooded striplings? That a band of beardless youths could better avenge the deaths of you?
Absolutely not. We'll show those bastards who they're...
I can't believe that, actually.
Conrad's not what you call the brightest can, and there's a reason why I had you do the talking and not Sid.
Then let us band together and show these brutes that Dalimil is not to be trifled with.
My shop.
If I had my pickaxe, I would...
I mean, it may still be possible to buy something. Natalie, allow me...
Underhill.
I was just telling the good lady of our conversation, my lord.
Lubor says that not only are the granaries almost empty, but that war and the Blight mean this season's harvest won't be enough to fill them for winter.
Indeed, certainly that is. The nobles in the capital are buying up the city's stocks of barley and wine. It is only a matter of time before the peasants revolt.
It is worse than I thought. And while I applaud your endeavors to dissuade our more bellicose citizens from seeking vengeance, I sense Conrad is not wrong in his assessment of the bandits' likely return, which means that now, more than ever, we will need to secure what little we still have if our humble town is to endure not only this hardship.
All right. But you needn't have gone through this charade.
Thank you, Clive.
She saw right through it.
No, I didn't say it was good. Now, my scouts should be returning shortly.
I'm not convinced our roles in this ruse were entirely necessary.
I don't know. Conrad seemed quite taken with you.
Mummy, I'm scared.
Oh, I'm ruined.
Good news. Both Conrad and Natalie have somewhat gracefully accepted their new roles. With time, they may even learn.
Time no longer appears to be the luxury it was.
I take it your scouts found the bandits.
Technically, it would be the bandits who found my scouts. All of them.
You're not serious.
They don't just want food, they want the whole damn.
I have a favor to ask. I'm told the bandits march in 2 groups.
Very well.
The rest, my friend, the city shall fight. Together, stakes I concede are high.
That is a lot of faith to put into those who had their hands around each other's throats but a moment ago.
Then it will be for us to see that their hands are kept occupied.
I thought you might say that.
We'll hold them off for as long as we can.
And we will do the same.
The women folk have come to welcome us.
I'll take that one.
It's all yours.
The townspeople.
I don't hear any fighting.
That we should hurry.
That you did well out there.
Without you, there would have been no line to hold. You saved us, Conrad.
We all saved Dalimil.
Conrad seems to have had a change of heart.
I'd say they both.
I take it from your presence that our visitors from the desert won't be joining us.
The plan worked. Granted, it only took an army of bloodthirsty bandits, Haragi.
We are united. As for you, Sid...
I'll take that as a... Our friends seem to have things under control. For now, at least. Let's go and put Otto's mind at rest. After it!
Was wondering when you turn up at ours from all our friends. How is it you always manage to arrive at just the right moment?
Luck, I suppose. Any word on the rest of the realm?
Let's see. The nations are still in chaos.
Right.
Clive, now's not the time to second-guess yourself. Now's the time to visit the infirmary.
Thank you, Otto.
So it was not Sylvester, but Olivier who served as Ultima's puppet. And when Dion learned of this, he sought to slay the fiend. Only for his father to take the spear that would have freed him. Enough to drive a man to madness.
Small wonder he hasn't stirred. I would be afraid to wake.
Had I but reached out to him sooner, warned him of the threat Ultima posed. But now, both an empire and her prince lie broken.
Joshua, what do you know of Ultima?
Very little, I'm afraid. Despite my best efforts. 18 years ago, as I lay buried beneath the rubble of Phoenix Gate, 'twas not death who came for me, but another. And it was while in my rescuer's care, I first heard of Ultima. I've been chasing his shadow ever since. Ultima is driven by some deep, dark purpose, and for whatever reason, it would seem you are crucial to his designs. He will stop at nothing to have you. Even if that means toppling an empire.
But why me? What possible use could I be to such a creature?
That is one of many answers that have eluded me. Yet, I am certain of this. It is not mere chance. You were chosen for a reason. All dominants carry within them the might of an icon. Nigh limitless power that is at once acutely limited. I wield fire, and only fire.
And I only ice. 8 wardens for 8 elements. But you, Clive.
You are different. You're special. Your abilities begin with the flames of Ifrit. But they do not end there. The fact Ifrit can even exist goes against everything we thought we knew of dominance. Perhaps Ultima has been waiting for one such as you, whose potential is truly limitless.
I've encountered that thing several times now. If it or he, as you say, needs me, why hasn't he claimed me as he did the boy?
Were I to hazard a guess, I'd say the two of you are somehow incompatible. His mind not properly attuned to your body.
His mind?
Mind, awareness, spirit, call it what you wish. But I believe Ultima to be an embodiment of the concept. It is why I struggle. and fail to contain him here inside me.
I'm sorry. Inside you?
With every setting sun, I feel my strength wane. And though the Phoenix's flames mend the prison I have made for Ultima, they do so at a cost. We must find a means to bring an end to him before I meet my own.
What were you thinking?
It was that or let him take Clive. And I've always had a soft spot for my brother.
But that doesn't mean you should sacrifice yourself to save me.
Joshua.
Clive, it's Gav. There's an army of Akashic at the gates of Canver.
Well, what's the short of it?
It's all Tyre told you. The capital of the Free Cities is under siege by an army of monstrosities. The city guard are doing their best to stem the tide, but numbers ain't on their side.
What of Lord Byron and Mid? Were they able to escape?
No, but they're all right for now. They're hiding with Gav at midship.
We have to get them out of there.
And we shall. Otto, prepare a Stolas. Tell Gav to stay exactly where he is.
Understood.
Vivian, what's the swiftest route to the Free Cities?
That sounds like a question for the map. Look here. This road, through Tabor, should provide the least trouble.
Good.
What a coincidence. Tabor is exactly where I'm bound.
Joshua, bed is where you should be bound.
You don't think I told him the exact same thing?
Were Tyre not such a talented healer, I would surely have been inclined to agree. But, thanks to her ministrations, I feel I may safely rejoin my attendant, who was to wait for me in Tabor if we became separated.
All right, we travel together.
Clive.
If he stays close to me, he'll be fine.
Thank you, brother.
I'll look after him.
It's like a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Jote is a fine scout. Candle was attacked. She will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
We can use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they will allow it. The Echoes have a will of their own.
Very well. Tell us about Jote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
You're injured. What happened here?
It's what my own men did this. There's a village not far from here. Tate.
I'll go. Rest well, soldier. You said the encampment was close. Let's hope the Akashic are still there.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go round it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
Got here in time.
Get
Someone there! Please, I can't move my leg!
That doesn't sound like an Akashic. Taken care of.
Another survivor?
His wounds were too deep.
He was right to send you. Tabor is safe thanks to you. You seem...
You must have me confused with someone else.
Son of a whore. You're Sid. I was there, in Kosnis, when you killed my brothers.
My war with Hugo Kupka is over.
And what of my ill will? Coward!
When your wounds have healed and your head has cooled, come and find me if you must. Though I hazard your life would be better spent in service of those who need it.
My oath!
I know how hard they are to keep. Which is why I'm giving you the chance to keep yours.
No. Lord Kupka told us of your crimes. You are...
Man. Like you.
I am nothing like you. Just know that I will find you, Sid.
We're nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Jote, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Would you care to elaborate?
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Jote has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Jote. You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua, the Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Jote and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloedanites who besiege the cities.
What is left of them, yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce!
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
Not quite. How dare you?
Distinguished members of the Council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The king! He has come to save us from the Akashic. He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools. Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough. Pathetic creatures. That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city.
her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris. A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
By the flames.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike. His very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominance, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it. Like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Jote of the lake?
By all means.
Jote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the Hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
Farewell, my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Jote.
Let's find our friends.
It's plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I her, which is why I had to let her go. Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Jote is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix, and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept. If there is nothing for...
No.
Your Grace.
To Canva, then?
We'll talk about it.
Cyril seemed very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
The free cities under sea.
Then let us be rid of them. There you go.
Clive. Smoke.
Is the city fallen?
The free men are still holding their own, then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry. Sounds like thunder.
You're late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Hey?
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
So these Akashic are being controlled?
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants' District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the Merchants' District, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the Hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that.
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things.
Okay, I'm off work, which means for the next hour, I could play this. Tonight's all about the story. 3 days off now. I'll be doing you saw that at the start of this, all the hunt board. Got a whole bunch of new people. I did not want to be in the middle of a 15-20 minute fight and get a call and have it paused. I didn't want that interrupted. Same thing with icon fights. I really don't want to interrupt those when I'm working. So I've been trying to do it during the day before work. But since I don't have to work the next 3 nights and I can start late and do whatever I want, I don't have to worry about starting at a certain point in time, I'm going to play for about 1 more hour. I am tired though, so just an hour. Let's see if we can finish this quest. And not a good night. I honestly thought I was going to be doing just one quest, but that quest was short. Both of those quests were short, and you may have noticed I also the icon abilities. Yeah, I didn't realize that I've unlocked them and I've been upgrading them and haven't even been using them. I didn't realize you could only have 3 at a time. Bahamut, I think I want to keep Bahamut. I'm trying out the other thing. Yeah, I know I use Gouge a lot, but really I think I see the Lightning as more useful and being used more. But I think that, I don't know. I'm not seeing the Earth ability being that useful yet. We'll see how much it gets used. You know, I'll probably try the other abilities at some point. We'll just have to see. Phoenix is not going anywhere, and Titan's going to. It's all about what the third ability will be. Because I like the Phoenix and I like Bahamut. I might try Green and Bahamut. Whatever the green one, Garuda. I might try Garuda and Bahamut. But I'm pretty sure that it's going to stay Bahamut and the Phoenix. And then whatever the third one is. Let's play around with it a little bit now that I've got it all set up to end the night. You know, I'm actually kind of liking that now.
That sounded big. Joshua and Jill must be busy. the city's leaders gather, there may still be survivors inside.
You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here, with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rosfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sleipnir of House Harvard, and you will yield. Or not.
As long as you don't hold back.
Yeah, I'll try the other icon eventually, but Garuda, I'm kicking you out of there. Sorry, I like this attack a lot more than Gouge. Gouge, for some reason, I only use up in the air and I'm above them and I'm missing their attack. This stays on the ground, right up close comfort. Yeah, I'm keeping Titan's attack. Didn't think I was going to change it around that much, but Garuda's out, Titan's in. And I'll play around with the other icon just in case, but I do like the lightning attacks a lot, so, and I'm getting used to them. I never quite felt like the Garuda attacks. I liked Gouge at the start, but I don't know, I just never really noticed anything other than Gouge. I never noticed the other attack. Like, I picked up, like, that flame, the Flames of Rebirth, obviously that was going to be good. I always saw the two, I could never tell the two apart until I realized one was like, it goes up, and it does a little more damage than the Flame Spin one. But, ultimately, I'm just so close combat, it makes sense to have that attack rather than the other one. So, yeah, I'm actually playing around with the icon abilities now. Didn't realize they weren't applied on their own. More than halfway through the game, I'm still learning.
Forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Mythos. Yes! Yes!
I'll just say one more thing. I really appreciate attacks that, even if it's just for a second or two, let me reposition my hands, take a breath. That's why I love Cinematic Event so much. Those attacks, it looks like the Flames of Rebirth especially gives me a chance to just take a breath. And it looks like Titan's attack might actually slow down time too, if done right or something. Play around with it some more, but especially the Flames of Rebirth. I'm surprised I didn't equip that sooner. Or did we just get that? Did we just get Flames of Rebirth?
One is seldom enough. Would you not agree?
Actually, I wouldn't. Let's try.
Yours,
vessel is strong. My liege.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Waloed.
Get back.
I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Try it.
All the rest.
Joshua!
this way! Hurry!
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Will he be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we were up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gale into the Hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the Royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. Behind here, I wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But you have an idea.
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself. Right. Gav said that Otto might know something.
To cool down, I'm going to take care of all the side quests. And then on my day off, I'll start with the, what do you call it? I'll start with the new marks on the notorious marks. We'll start with notorious marks. And then, once the notorious marks are done, we'll continue on with the story. Considering how I was, we actually made decent progress. I'm going to see how long the side quests take. We might not get them all done. We're going to have to do that when we start too.
Oh, that blasted book. Here, you put me in this situation, Clive. You can bloody well get me out.
Are you sure it's me you're looking for?
I'm all the cook will be needing. You remember Ivan's stew? So I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces myself.
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped?
Yeah, but this is my blooming kitchen, and I will not be outdone.
I've never been one to play favorites, Molly. So,
a fried mortress of skyworm. Recipe seemed easy enough to an old hand like. Only, turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were.
Ivan said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries.
Wow. Kindly old fella who haunts the shelves, maybe?
Fine. And if he does, I'll see if I can find...
You do that.
Trouble with your gear, or you do what you need to do, Clive?
Is everything all right, Good? You seem more...
Oh, I don't know what that means. Oh, I think Nan might be in trouble.
It's all right.
Folk are saying she's been selling to bandits, but she'd never do business with baddies. I wanted to ask her about it myself, but she'd never give...
Don't worry.
Oh, you'll let me know what she says?
Of course. Lady Karen.
Not nearly as foul as the weather.
You're doing good trade, then?
What exactly are you getting? Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs half a care.
Just asking. All right.
Oh, are you?
All I know is that someone in Dalimil has been spreading word to that effect.
And what? You believe it? Look, I've done things I'm not proud of. But that woman is no more.
You're right, Lady Karen. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
No. I reckon you've got better things to do than pointing you...
Of course. I spoke that the rumors were unfounded, along with some other things. And while it sounds like she may have done things she regretted in her past, she says those days are behind her.
Oh, I knew Nan wasn't caught up in out. But why would people say she was?
No, but people do things for all sorts of reasons.
Well, I'm going to that trader. He said they were all talking about her in Dalimil, so that's where I'm going.
Are you sure that's wise?
Oh, right. But that's why you'll be coming with me, isn't it?
Let me help.
Sid, perhaps you can...
I can certainly try.
It's not who, but what. Mid-scales. I borrowed them to teach the little ones about weight, and short my first thought was that they'd taken them off somewhere to play, but when which almost certainly means they had everything to do with them.
Perhaps a visit from...
I don't like to imagine that my pupils would lie to me. They were in the atrium when I...
Lawsman Harpocrates.
Ah, Valis, the young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew.
That's actually why I'm here.
Ah. Now, Skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern.
Dragon livers.
One would have thought. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern. Said.
So we know where to look for our liver.
Saint's bonnet in contemporary parlance. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone. I may add that people once believed game was best served with the flora that sustained it in life.
Meaning that if I find one, I find the other.
Best of luck, Clive, and do save me a bite once.
If it's knowledge you seek, we've tons of plenty to guide you in your search.
He's a surly soaker.
Sid! Heard you were in Canva fetching young Ned.
What do you reckon we should do?
Sid! Hard at your studies, I see. It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Well, not anymore, it's not.
And just how long hasn't it been one?
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them.
Just like Miss Mididol showed up.
Miss Mididol? Why would she have you dismembering her creation?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja.
Miss Mididol said, the best way to see how something works is to take it apart and put it back together.
Well, then your work is already half done.
The taking apart was easy enough, but...
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom.
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh... All right. Every piece has its own role to play. And if even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. You already know one of the pieces. The body. Its role is to support everything else. This is called the arm.
You're right. It looks more like a wing.
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Sid?
I'll think about it.
Hold things. So wait, maybe this arm...
Good thinking. These round parts are called the pans.
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens. But these aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. But what if I wanted to weigh goods?
What are the chains for?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains up in... This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear.
I have. Miss Mididol's dungeon is full of them.
She puts them in all her inventions.
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move.
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple.
It's not my fault.
You know what part's supposed to move and how it's so. Let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the cogwheel to that.
Not a bad idea. So, now that we've taken stock of the parts and...
I think we've got...
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body.
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms. And then the arms hold the pans by the chains.
Very good. There. All finished.
Yes! We did it!
Well, with Sid's help.
Oh, I just put the pieces together.
That's right. We're Miss Mididol's hairs.
Her hairs?
Yeah. Hairs for the future.
What do you think, Sid?
With a little more help from Miss Mididol and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long at all.
You hear that?
Until then, though, do try to be honest with Miss Shirley.
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it, do you?
Let me help. I know my letters.
Well,
It was as you thought. They dismantled them to see how they worked.
Oh, no,
Thankfully she won't. Although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I shall see that the children are properly punished.
Please, there's no need. She'd have them follow in her footsteps.
I see. Sid.
She told me it was because her studies had been interrupted by events in Canva.
No. It isn't. To anyone else it would be an opportunity. But to Mid, but that should come as no surprise.
Which explains her heirs. She's working to give them a better life.
Ah, you've given them far more than that.
Nothing like a little unrest.
Let the dame hear you say
there were ghosts at the gates, not days.
You need... fret. The creatures...
To the meadows, then.
He said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot. This must be our wyvern. Right. Let's get this over with. That's the wyvern's liver. Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent. I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe. Better head back.
Which song should we listen to?
Oh, so...
I did, and he was as...
And what precisely will I be cooking up?
Blueback wyvern liver.
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Now then, you stay right where you are. Let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they were on. And here we have it. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption.
And rightly so.
So, not.
What the crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. It is a tour de force. A force of nature, even.
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking.
Decent. It's remarkable. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women?
I'll give it some thought.
bandits may be no more, but look what they've left us with.
Mummy,
It shouldn't be too hard to find goods.
are the bad men going to come back?
The gentlemen of the town guard are a strapping bunch.
Fuck! The finest sellswords.
Could be I know something more.
I found someone who says he's...
Have you?
Go on.
All right, it's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Karen's been selling steel to her. Says the more swords and spears she puts in people's hands, the more war. And the more war being waged. And who will they all turn to keep them in? Why, the good Reaper has.
And you've seen this Reaper?
Aye, it just so happens. You'll find her right here, plying her trade most.
Here in Dalimil. Where exactly?
She has a stall here in the market, but it'd be a bolder man than me that braved that particular. Feeling bold, traveler? Now, if that's all, I have...
Sorry to have kept...
You don't think Nan's the Reaper?
Not unless she's discovered the secret of how to be in two places at once.
Eh?
Lady Karen hasn't left the Hideaway in weeks.
Good question.
And I'll visit this storehouse on...
All right, but...
You too.
Mummy, are the bad men...
What a mess.
You fought very bravely.
Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Just you, is it?
It was a fairly unconvincing tale, so...
Well, that's up to you. Die a slow death, boys.
Now, we can pretend this didn't happen. Tell me what I've done.
When the Borgwyn finds out you've killed his men, he only wanted that bull of a manservant. You weren't even supposed to be here.
What were you going to do to him?
The Borgwyn wanted him to get to Karen. I was only supposed to point the lamp in the right direction, but then you turned up. Well, go on then.
You're not worth the effort. I need to find Goots.
Get your filthy...
Stop calling and stop spreading them horrible lies about...
For they are not lies.
Goot.
He's gonna kill... He said she had to pay in blood.
After what she did, it is only right. That loathsome harpy's very existence is a crime. Only with you. Run along now.
No.
No.
I don't care what she did. Promise me you won't hurt her, or I'll kill you myself.
Go.
Enough, all.
Karen.
But how did you?
You're a sight less clever than you think you are. The whole thing got me thinking, who in Dalimil might bear me a grudge? Though it was just Bogan. But I thought the years might have taught you some sense. What was it we called you?
You. Everything that happened. It was all your... And now you'll finally pay for what...
Goots, you...
If you want a piece of Nan, you'll have to go through me.
Fuck.
You great galoon. Out of the way, I cannot... So, wet legs, you remember what you told me when we last met? An eye for an eye. Wise words, that. And now, it's time to collect. Sorry to keep you wait.
Is he...
Dead? No. It's an easy going through life, one eye short of a pair. After all, I should know.
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice. Lost it to old Wet Legs back when we were working the same route. Said I'd stolen from his strongbox, so took some of my own. But he crossed a line dragging poor Goots into this. He didn't hurt you, did he?
No, Nan, but... What if he comes back again?
What if he does? First we take the other eye, then we work our way down. But something tells me the Wet Legs has learned it already. Right. Let's get...
Remind me never to cross you, Karen.
Nothing like a dish of cold vengeance stuff.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make things worse. I just thought I had to protect you.
Aye. Well, someone had to. Reckon the both of us would be worse off if I'd not You've always been me right eye, Goots. And I'd have you stay that way.
Well, I will. If you ever need help, I'll do it again. And again.
Why, you big lump. Fine.
Thanks, Nan.
There's nothing he wouldn't do for you.
That's as maybe. He'll need to start looking out for himself as well. Till then, he'll need people to watch his back.
Of course.
Stop it. I don't go thinking that'll do you any favours.
if it's knowledge you seek. We've tomes of plenty to guide you in your search.
Rutherford. Where would he be at Martha's Rest?
Clive, just a minute.
Oh?
You remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up residence here after the account? Well, now the rest have come to join him. Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around, but we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. I'd build 'em a new barracks here if I could, but where would I put 'em? Which leaves us in a bit of a pickle.
I see.
And it isn't just that lot. There's been more and more of 'em turning up lately, but there's only so many we can shelter with the route. We can't keep cramming more and more people into less, and that's what I was hoping you might help me with.
It's no but.
Thank you, Clive.
So, where were you thinking of making this new...
Well, I reckon we could do a lot worse than
Eastpool. It's been a long time since I thought about that.
It was a tragedy, and if any of us could have done anything to stop it, we would have. But what's done is done.
I suppose you're right.
The blight might be pressing in, but there's just one problem. A band of cutthroats have made it their den. Nasty bastards they are too. Would have sent someone to clear them out sooner. But now we've got a few more guardians of the flame to call on.
I do. Eastpool was once home to people I loved.
And I know the men will gladly follow you. I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade about how, and I dare say he's got some ideas of his own too.
Of course. All right, Sir Wade. Let's hear your plan.
My lord, Marquis, is it... I am Sebastian Rutherford.
Of course.
Yes, my lord.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't put it in writing?
1,000 apologies, my lord.
It's all right.
I am here at Martha's Rest, at the behest of your lord uncle, tasked with learning what I am able of, and what I have learned is grim. The subsequent darkening of the heavens as the gears of governance have ground to a halt. The realm threatened. Your lord uncle, however, believes...
That sounds like...
It is.
Alas.
I have lost contact with 2 of those colleagues already. They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword.
So you want me to find them? I'll need to know where they went.
One I sent to investigate the Republic. The other, the old Imperial capital of...
That doesn't exactly narrow it down.
Thank you, my lord.
So Wade.
And you, Lord Rossfield.
I spoke with Martha. She tells me you have plans to free Eastpool.
That's right. I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat. And then there are the bearers. We need somewhere to settle them.
As can I. Which is why I agreed to help you win it back.
That's very kind of you. With you beside us, we shall soon send that rabble of rogues.
So?
That thankfully there aren't too many of them. And rather less, thankfully. The road that leads there will more than likely still be crawling with a Kashik. A small force would suffice to clear the village.
I'll head into Eastpool and deal with the band. You and the Guardians can stay outside the village and make sure I'm not taken unawares.
I can't ask you to bear all that risk yourself.
The Akashic are the bigger risk.
Well, I shall summon my men at once.
Shall I wait for you here?
No need, my lord.
All right.
We shall see you there.
That's the end of that, then. Or maybe not. What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter. It goes too. This one. Over here! Any more surprises?
Bravo. A magnificent display, my lord.
You were watching. I thought you were keeping an eye out for a Kashik.
We were.
Let's hope it was the last of its kind.
I would hope so, my lord.
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living here, right? It might be best to send word for them to come right away.
Of course. Leave it with me.
Home. No. We're the masters now.
That's all of them. Now to begin the important work of rebuilding the place. It won't be easy. The masonry might still be sturdy enough. It'll take a bit of elbow grease.
So wait, if you don't mind, I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding efforts.
Of course.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrived safely. If you need anything more...
And we will, my lord.
Eastpool is in safe hands. Time to go and tell Martha the good news.
Ah, there. Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandits. What's all this about? Some shape-shifting nightmare showing? On second thoughts, it'll only give me nightmares of me own.
I suppose it will be.
What else? Sir Wade said it best. There's plenty bad happened to that place.
Did Wade say that?
Well, something along those lines. Anyway, the poor souls might have made it to Eastpool. So the way I see it, neither if it's food or lumber or strong backs they need.
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you.
I wanted to. It's not going to be easy finding one man in an entire republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something.
Mummy, are the bad men going to come back?
The gentlemen of the town guard are a strapping bunch. Perhaps.
Good day, my lord. Here you are. An excellent choice.
Someone's got himself in trouble.
I don't see. So you can start by giving us all the coppers in.
I already told you. Please.
I'll deal with this.
Thank
you. Then. If you'd kindly pay the coin he owes us.
Or you can go back to your garrison and I...
Oh, you're more than welcome. He hasn't had many visitors since we...
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but...
Much has changed in the Republican army.
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many times.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but his men confiscated my effects and
The captain is no more.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free.
What of the Fist Central Command? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness amongst their...
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked.
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria.
I'll find a caravan heading north. You won't mind if I borrow one of these soldiers' coin purses?
Not at all. Now, to find this second associate of If he was bound for Oriflamme,
Opportunity beckons. Who among you... Is that blade for hire, perchance?
Figuratively, I...
Well, yes. A passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade. Dread Evis are aggressive beasts.
How do you want to sell?
Eventually, yes. Dread Evis skin is a rare thing indeed. Bring me that beast's skin.
All right.
Of course you will. Leave Tabor through the east gate, but I eagerly await your safe and
How are those new boots treating you?
You finally.
Is something wrong?
At the university.
The university?
A specialist in ancient culture. In my heyday, the answers I seek lie. Would you do an old man a kindness and brave the stairs in my stead?
Climb the stairs?
And memorize a few inscriptions for me. Some... Three of them, to be precise. I'm here in the hope that those carvings might shed light on a riddle, namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's unique people.
I can't promise I'll remember everything, but...
Remember what you can.
That Cyril fellow's an odd fish, don't you think?
Well, scholarly sort.
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals.
So it's these stones to Canva, and the rest of the boxes to Dalimil.
Why won't the sky go back to how it was? I don't like it.
Have you noticed the Elder has been called?
What golden plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder? Farmers must have settled here in Tabor. I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read.
Oh, what the like? Come, don't tease me. Let's start with the engraving to the south, shall we? What did it say?
I'm pretty sure that...
Fascinating. But whatever could have driven the Guardians so far from their sacred charges? The engraving...
Wanderers of the Golden Plain. Or...
No doubt you're right. This is proving...
Children of the...
Sun worship?
I could have sworn it was something. Children of the... That can't be right, surely.
I'd rather...
Children of... That's all three.
And so, with 3 engravings, guardians of the Mother Crystal? Little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of Tabor's culture. Nonetheless, one cannot...
Too many stairs, perhaps.
Too...
Come on. Run like the wind. Mistakes. There's still plenty of fighting in yet. Sooner it's off.
worried you might never return. Clearly, my trust in you was not misplaced. Join me as my honored partner.
I don't plan on making a habit of this.
Very well. Do not allow me to keep you from being about your business.
There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere. What happened here?
If you're with the other, they've already relieved me.
I'm not.
And then you found him. I'm Alistair Rockford.
Of the 7 high houses of Rosetspin. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? I was on my way back from the old capital.
Bandits.
They looked more like field hands. It didn't matter in the end.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the...
All right. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach.
Thank you.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
This one's ours, pretty.
Make for the town while you can.
You don't need to tell me twice.
This looks to be all...
I thought I told you to make for the Vale.
And stand by as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive, which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. There are few hands left to work the fields. The market stalls are nearly bare. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it.
Rockford, if you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention of a healer.
I shall return to Northreach right away, but allow me to thank you first.
Don't thank me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got to. I shall send a Bistolus as soon as I'm able.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece. I see your...
The rest's location affords a Speaking of which,
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather grim.
I am afraid that grim would be putting it lightly. Storm is in crisis, and we must work together.
As it is mine.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need.
You know what you have to do. Clive, as you know, our time grows short. Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal ally, I trust you.
Thank you. But his revenge...
It is the one I found, and it is all that I have lived for.
But what of Lostwing?
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. My comrades and I are sure of our cause, but there are those among us who cannot fight. I would place Lostwing in their hands, but a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not likely to stay as safe. And so, Clive, will you take them to your hideaway?
I will.
Thank you. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Goten's Bales, away.
Understood.
Then the last of my preparations are complete, and may Griga guide us.
To Goten's Bales, then, and quickly, before anyone else finds them. Everyone. You can no longer guarantee your protection.
Well, if that's what the Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't. We owe him our lives. If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, and if that's what has to happen, then so be it. We get to...
I hope so too.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else?
They've gone with Master Quinton.
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quinton to call off it. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. They don't stand a chance against that thing. They're all gonna fucking...
Sid! Don't worry, we can't let Quinton die before that...
All right. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the east.
Promise us, Sid.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Don't tell me I'm too late. Straight home now. Quentin.
Which is more than I can say. They followed me without question all...
This must be the gun, Quentin. I'll hold it off.
But...
your comrades didn't die for nothing. Don't let their sacrifice...
I won't.
Come on, then. You're no guard dog. Another beast that needs to be put down. Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged for mercy, just as I dreamed of doing all my plans. Building a haven in Lostwing, it was all for this. But what is? My faithful comrades. All those lives lost.
Quentin.
Master Quint!
You.
And so are you. It's Lostwing.
What? Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool! Damn it. It's not going to last long in there. Come on, Torgal. We need to make this quick. Get him! Get him! It's over! Attack! I need to get back to Quentin. Quentin. Thank the... Welcome back to...
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve one's life's ambition.
No, Master Quentin.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you?
But I prayed and I prayed, and you did. Can't we just go back to how it was?
Your work ain't over yet, but we believed that you were the right man to lead us. And
Your village may be lost, but it seems your people aren't. So long as you remain to...
But why? Why would anyone follow...
Because we're family.
Family?
yeah, and Lostwing weren't just a village.
It was.
We can start again. Build...
A fresh start. One life ends. Why just a village? What's to stop us?
That's the Master Quinton we know.
Please. Quinton will suffice, after all. Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my...
I'll pretend you know...
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course. And I have a feeling that this year's vintage will be the finest yet, if you don't mind waiting.
I look forward to it.
What's happened? Pardon me, but would you have that well-notched steel and impressive physique? Might you be convinced to offer me the use of those...
How exactly do you intend to...
Well, being something of a scholar of Zemeckis history, and I require a rugged companion, should you accept, well, will you...
My arms are yours.
Wonderful!
But where are we going?
Along the old Zemeckis road. Quickly!
Wait. I'd better make sure he doesn't get himself killed.
I see you've been
Perhaps.
finding someone. I was griping about my lot to a friend of mine a few... Now, Joseph's a sellsword.
Any idea where his search...
The old Zemeckis Road? Joseph's lived a hard life.
Can't imagine there are too many grey-haired sellswords around.
What I wouldn't give for a home.
Looks like this is the end of the road for us.
When are they gonna let us through?
What do you want?
Just information.
Now you mention it.
Which way did he go?
I buggered off down the road, I expect.
Why am I not surprised?
You'll hand over your coin if you know what's good for
It's over.
Are you hurt?
Happily not, good sir. More importantly, we have arrived. Colossal vessels, dashed from the very heavens. Airships, we call them. Oblige me if you would. Though we ourselves find fallen ruins to be nigh indestructible, a tantalizing mystery, no doubt. Come, good sir.
He's passionate. I'll give him that.
We don't want any.
Neither do I. I'm looking for someone.
Well, we haven't seen.
Yes, we have. Those ones. Over there.
Maybe he found his thieves.
Mum won't let me near them.
Shush, now.
I only told him what you said.
I'd listen to your mother if I were you. Joseph's thieves really lug their stolen wares all the way out here. I think we've found our thieves. They don't look happy to see me. All yours, Toro! Let's get this over.
Stop! Don't kill him, he's just protecting his home.
Joseph?
I don't know you.
Your porter friend sent me to find you.
Have I been gone that long? Wasn't hard finding the thieves.
I take it things are more complicated than they appear.
I'd all but ruled out bandits before I even left the market. Because our thieves had no interest in gold or gems, or add to that the rumors of goblins in the area, and the mystery practically solved itself. I launched myself at them, full of righteous fury, but their leader was the only one who moved to meet me. The others, they huddled around that food. They stole because it was that or starvation.
So you spared them?
These goblins aren't native to the area. Then once they've learned to hunt and forage, they won't be fool enough to risk their necks in Boglad.
I'm impressed.
Do me a favor. Let the porter know I'm safe. I'll head back. Oh, and don't mention the goblins.
Your secret's safe with me.
I appreciate it.
Not. All right then.
Over here!
Stay down!
You're going to get yourself killed.
Oh, that would not do. Not when such majesty stretches out before us. As Moss tells us, a battle was fought here in ancient times. In reaching for their holy sanctum, did man enrage the gods. Alas, the full truth of the matter is lost to time. But we must not dwell upon such things. Onward!
Still in one piece?
It would seem so. And once more, you impress me with your prowess. Though Moss the Chronicler concurs with the legends in attributing the fall of Zemeckis to he offers little in the way of explanation. Could the construction of such miraculous edifices have been considered, alas, or...
Not if you keep running headfirst.
You are right, of course.
Glad to help, but...
I fear I may have rather overstated the case on that front. You see, even my fellow scholars have grown, and so I came upon the idea of purchasing a companion.
That's what this was all about.
I am afraid so.
Fine.
And so, and here, your reward for humoring my selfish whim.
Joseph, he certainly knows his business.
A good man to have around, that Jote. Thank you for putting my mind at ease.
What's happened? You won't find a finer array this side of the strait. You're welcome anytime.
If we're going to do this,
Clive, it just so happens that right at this very moment, we're in need of someone with your talent.
And what talents would...
Why, your fearlessness.
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these dark skies... Randalar has been particularly badly affected. None remain free for long, but the army too is in disarray.
And you've been looking to buy?
Precisely.
So where does my skill with a blade come in?
Though we may have the funds to buy these bearers, we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled, and we believe we have found one. The place was abandoned a long time ago.
And so, we seek the aid of a fearless swordsman.
How could I...
Excellent. Theo, if you wouldn't mind making arrangements for the tramp...
Of course.
Sounds like you'll have your work cut out for you.
I will. We have an entire village to stock and furnish. Even if I begin right now, I'll be so I'd better get started. Try to clear the place out before the...
I'll do my best. All right.
I'm sure you won't need it.
Do you have any fresh water? Tell me, traveler, do the other villages of the realm suffer as ours does? Black clouds above.
Bad news. Good, actually. The only trouble is the serving girl's still new to the job, so what exactly are you celebrating?
I've come by a particularly fine bottle of red. Gotan Rouge is the only good thing to have ever come out of the Empire.
So I've heard.
Oh. So you know of it, then? A gentleman who might sympathize with my predicament, perhaps? Would you pass the good news to a few friends of mine? I'll give you a little something for your time, of course.
Sounds simple enough.
So you'll do it. You won't need to go far. There's Aldrich the porter, three of the finest fellows in Boklad, if you are. Stop by again when you let them know. And
I'll be right back.
Who needs a porter when there's nowhere left to go?
I've been asked to find Aldrich.
That's me right enough.
The innkeeper sent me. He said there's a cop...
A 66? If he's just got hold of it now...
From the Empire to Boklad.
Such is the porter's lot. They'd Soraflam one day, then off to Canvas. The farther you're willing to go, the fatter the purse. I'd say I've done enough for today to earn my...
Please, a piece of fruit.
Are you Milan?
That's me.
The innkeeper's just had a special delivery. He thought you might like to join him for a cup of wine after.
He knows me only too well.
Wine and ham to spare.
Comes with being the place everyone has to pass through to get to everywhere else. We get meat from Sandbrek, or rather we did, till not so still. There's no point dwelling on it.
You'll buy something, won't you? Please. You've raised the price. I showed you my pass. What do you want from me?
I'm looking for Bolek.
Well, you found him.
The innkeeper sent me.
I've never said no to a goat hand.
You must be a busy man.
No one's making for the refugee camps anymore. Meaning, they linger here instead. What gets to me are the gangs that prey on the poor sods. Some days you can't help but wonder what the world's coming. You know what? That wine's sounding better by the moment.
Well done. I wonder if the innkeeper might spare a cup of that wine. I spoke to your friends.
That's fantastic news. It's been a while since we all sat down together, and the way I see it, that wine is as much theirs as it is.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't be serving anything but slops without Aldrich to go and fend. And there's Milan, who always sends customers my way. And Bolek, an even-handed keeper of the peace. Those three are the backbone of Boklad. And without the market, I wouldn't have a single customer. Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on. Right. I'd better prepare.
I hear you had me carrying a bottle of Gotan sick. If I'd have known, I would have sold the thing and lived like a lord.
A Gotan 60 bloody 6. A bottle between the four of us might not be enough to drown our sorrows.
Here they are. The woes of the world may be monstrous in many,
but never a truer word spoken. This must have been a nice place once, and it will be again. That's all of them. Come on, Toggle. Something the matter, Theodore?
Quiet. Those are our terms. I trust that you will give them your full consideration.
I shall.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes. And, but enough about him.
It's done.
You made quick work of it.
I should go and let Eloise...
Don't let me keep you. But Clive, don't tell her I was watching her. She'll only get upset. I'll explain everything once...
Right. Eloise, I just got back from Cashlock.
Thank you, Cloak. Here. Well then. Now, I suppose we'd better. First thing we'll need to do is make sure our offer for the bearers is...
You're still in negotiating?
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the Fist on our behalf. I suppose it's to be expected, but we shall emerge victorious in the...
Well, if you need any help...
I'm not sure I do.
Ah,
you wanted to talk?
The man I was watching earlier, the one. He represents the Silver Peak Consortium. It's...
I don't think I've heard of...
Well, every trader in Dharmekia has, and they're still expanding. And judging by her reaction earlier, I'd say she had half a mind to accept their latest offer.
And you'd rather she didn't?
I would rather she did what makes her happy. And I would never deny her such an opportunity. Eloise saved me from slavery. But this was not the life my sister wanted, nor I won't let her give up on her dreams again for my sake. She freed me from my bonds, and she must be freed from hers. And
you're a good man, Theo.
I have always been grateful for what my sister did for me, and I want to repay the favor. But each time an opportunity to do just that arises, she turns it down.
She loves you.
And I love her. Which is why I want this time to be different, though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to time.
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then. I had better get back to work. These bearers aren't going to move themselves. That's a job for the Crimson Caravan.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen to me?
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with Akashic in the valleys?
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised? You earned this. All done?
Clive, where the hell is everyone else?
They're all right.
You lot don't do things by halves, do you? Well, at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings...
Sitting under a pile of rubble.
But we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the room. The more personal items...
Then I'll check the workshop.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone,
Miss Shirley, how can we learn to be clever like Miss Middledole?
You can start by paying attention during your lessons.
Do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
This... I'd better keep looking.
I know this is your hideaway, but you really shouldn't be in here. If Mid caught you rifling through her research, she'd have your head. Then mine for letting you.
What do we have here?
We've had no word from Canva for days. Please tell me Mid is all right.
I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. But what would that be? Perhaps Otter might know.
Well,
possibly.
Opus. That girl's unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12 when she comes to surprise us all. What's that battered old box have to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something.
Wouldn't suppose to in their bloody treasure hunts.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen to Mid and the others?
I didn't break. Well, I didn't break.
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We didn't break. We definitely didn't break. It's broke, except... See?
And you had nothing to do with this?
Nope. We just wanted to listen to all the songs at once, so we pressed all the buttons. Like this. See?
All right, out of the...
Did you break? Can you fix it?
No, I mean... There.
You fixed it. Sid fixed it. He more than fixed it. Yeah. New music.
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff dreams were made of. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams come true.
Aye, aye.
Actually, yes.
Dion left.
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. Yes. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies.
No. We're not the Prince's keepers.
I'd rather he did so in bed. Much like yours, I suspect.
Though I may be sometime.
Then at least try to stay safe.
And if that fails, try.
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
Who's that sulking over there by the lift?
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen to Mid and the others?
All right, Clark. Blackthorn told me you helped him out again. Speaking of which...
Worried about him.
Afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission. So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed. Try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him upset, and seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when you're around...
I'd speak to him. Well, I suppose...
Cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him a visit.
All right, I'll meet you by the forge then.
Can't kick this. Glory to Griga.
What's happened?
Tyre's busy working herself into an early grave. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary. Will you talk to her?
I know better than to order Tyre to do anything.
Oh, thank you.
Tyre, we all admire your dedication, but...
I will. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. It won't be much longer. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia.
You wouldn't, Ty. There must be something we can...
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that.
We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. I can make the draft if you...
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forest. Bring me one of their eyes. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready.
Bloody hell, Clive. That remains to be seen. August tells me he showed you a ring, and that the sight of it clearly upset you.
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help no one. If it weren't the ring, and it was something I said...
It was the ring. It brought back some unhappy memories.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn.
And sometimes it doesn't.
Don't be like that.
Fine. If it'll get you off my back. That ring you flashed was the work of Zoltan. We apprenticed together.
You've never mentioned him before.
Why would I? The ring brought it all back. Bastards improved, though.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few...
It matters, because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how. The fact is, I couldn't make anything even.
So what?
I'm the Hideaway's mastercraft. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my sword. As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. Because the curse breakers deserve better than second, and I refuse to be shown up by the likes of Zoltan.
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit?
I doubt he'd be too happy to see me.
Then just this once. Make peace with being set. Swallow your pride, and focus all your energies on the task at hand. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me.
What'd you say, Blackthorn? And it's not like you'll be going alone.
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon old what's-his-name is then?
In Dravost, my old...
Dravost, eh? That rings a bell. Just north of the fields of Carava. Got that, Clive? Meet, and I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get cold.
Good luck with that.
If it's knowledge you seek, tomes are plenty to guide you in your search.
He's a surly soaker.
Sid?
Vaguely.
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most of the Morganbeards to take root. I fear the soil here does not agree with them. However, I believe...
I can't wait to...
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound.
And all you need is a single vine from an ordinary Morble.
That is correct. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. Why, a notice concerning this very creature was only recently posted on the hunt.
How timely.
Well, I shan't keep you any longer, I know.
If I go any longer, I'm gonna crash. I don't believe I got a 4.5-hour video tonight. And we still got 3 side quests to do and the hunt board before I move on to the story.